Spots, you know we finally here, right?
Well,
It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's Saturday, Sunday. Hey, 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 go, go, what? Come pasa, come pasa, come pasa, come pasa. Hey, 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 hey. Move, move, move. Let's go, let's go. What, what, what? Hey, hey, hey.
Born 2, 3, 4, 5. Alrighty, everybody. It took me a minute there to have everything up and running. Started my stream. I'm like, oh yeah, I gotta go marinate my beef. I gotta go marinate my beef for dinner. And then I was about to get started, and I was like, actually, I gotta go to the bathroom. But now we're here. We're here. It's Friday. It's Friday. Let's get to it. Hello, everybody. Happy Friday. How are you today? Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in. It's Friday. Was having a good day, turned to a horrible day, trying to mentally start the day over. Break that day up into quarters. Break that day up into quarters. Right now you're in the third quarter. Right now is around the start of the third quarter of the day. Maybe you had a good first quarter. Maybe the second quarter wasn't so good. Let's see what we can do with the third and fourth quarter. That's the psychology of football. You know, sometimes you got a bad first and second quarter, and then you go back and it's halftime, and then you come back out and you gotta throw the football down the field. You gotta kick that football between the goalposts. Because if you want to win the game of football, you gotta get the ball in the end zone. You've got to get the touchdown if you want to win the football game. Why I would encourage someone to break the day up into quarters instead of, like, you know, viewing the day as one whole thing. It makes it easier for one or two bad things to not spoil the entire day. Not a bad John Madden. I can talk like John Madden, I just can't speak like John Madden. Like I can talk football like John Madden can talk football, but I can't do the John Madden accent very well. Not really practiced in John Madden. Also, that's kind of a... I feel like the timeliness for that reference is fading away. Right now, it's all about the Trump impersonations. Right now, I'd say probably one of the most popular impersonations to know is the Donald Trump impersonation. Just think about it. Many good people are doing it. There's many great impressions. It's something that's really compelling. And every time you see it, you just want to go, wow, that's a great impression. Who's Trump? I don't know. People keep talking about him, but I don't know. I haven't really looked into it. I'm not the most up and up on American Idol. I stopped watching American Idol after Kelly Clarkson won American Idol. I thought that was it. I'm like, that's it. We found the American Idol. It's Kelly Clarkson. Why do we keep doing this? There's been how many seasons of American Idol now? How many seasons of American Idol has there been? Let me look. Ryan Seacrest has hosted 643 episodes of American Idol between 2002 and 2024. They are currently they're going to start season 23 next year. Season 23 of American Idol. So there are over 20 seasons of American Idol. How many American Idols can you name? I can confidently name 2. Kelly Clarkson, obviously. She's the American Idol. And then Carrie Underwood. Didn't Carrie Underwood win? If she didn't win, that'd be weird. I thought Carrie Underwood won once. William Hung. William Hung is the only American Idol contestant whose CD I've purchased. I did purchase the William Hung CD. It's titled Inspiration. Big William Hung fan. Big William Hung fan. That guy had heart. That guy had soul. That's what I'm looking for in a singer. I don't care if you're classically trained. I don't care if you're doing musicals. I want to see that you're putting your whole ass into it. That's what William Hung did. That man sung from the heart. I went to school with an American Idol winner who was awful. Carrie Underwood? How are we feeling today? It's Friday. Was it Kelly? I wouldn't believe it. Kelly Clarkson? My heart would break. I don't want to get sued. There's freedom of speech. That's a thing. You can say things. There's a difference between, you know, having freedom of speech and then like being able to be sued for disparaging someone or for like libel. The thing about libel is it's very hard to prove. Also, to my understanding, and I'm not a lawyer, so I could be entirely wrong on this, but if somebody knows what I don't know, feel free to correct me. Like, if you're just gonna say something, just like, hey, this guy's a piece of shit. It's not like it's different between just like saying it and then or like repeatedly saying it or like encouraging people to like, you know, just continuously promoting it. Anyway, how you feeling today? It's Friday. Can I just say, I've been having fun playing Marvel Rivals. I didn't really think I was going to be into it because I've kind of been burnt out on that style of game. But I feel like they've made enough tweaks to where it's like, you know what? I do get a kick out of it. The matches are pretty short, which I like. What I hate is a long, drawn-out game. It's like, that's why you can't see me playing League of Legends anymore. Like, I can't be sitting here committing to a game for like 45 minutes or more. That's just too long to be in a game of League of Legends. That's too long to be banished to Summoner's Rift. It's a lot of fun, and there's a lot of characters that are really easy to just like pick up and kind of play without really needing to like read guides and tutorials on how to play this character. I'm like, but there's also a lot of depth, you know? There's a lot of different combinations, there's team-ups. Yeah, I've been having fun with it. I've been playing it with my friends. I guess competitive just came out and they were wanting to play competitive and I'm like, okay, fine, I will if you want to. But I just cannot be bothered. I cannot be bothered to do ranked online play in a video game anymore. It's like, I don't need to prove my video game skill to myself. I don't need to prove my video game skill to anybody else. I don't need to get sweaty in my computer chair. I'm here to hang out. I'm here to have fun. So, I just don't have as much fun playing a ranked match. But one of the things we're going to talk about today, because today we've got a presentation. Today's presentation is video game psychology. This is another idea from the Discord. We're going to be talking about a lot of different topics. This is kind of just an overarching presentation. We're not really going to get too in-depth into anything, but we are going to cover like a wide variety of things. You know, what video games do to your brain in different ways, shapes, and forms. Anyway, this will be a fun one. I wanted to do a fun presentation on Friday, and this sounded like a fun one to me. I think the competitive ones just make me frustrated when I lose. We're going to talk about that today. We're going to talk about why we hate to lose, but why we continue to play anyway. So we've got some gamers in the room. My husband actually hits himself in the game when he plays, when he loses. That's something like... We kind of want to not turn video games into a self-harm activity. Because if you're playing a game, I don't care how good you are, you're not going to win every single game, especially if it's a team game. And so if you're hurting yourself half of the time, your recreation activity is also a self-harm activity. He plays Call of Duty and he gets so worried about winning that he smacks himself when he does. Oh, when he dies. Ask him, can I have permission to record you? I just want to show you what I see. I'm not judging you, I just want you to see what I see. And tell me what you think about it. Because let me just say, if I could see myself from outside of my body getting mad at my computer desk or getting mad at the TV, I would be like, oh, I need to cut that shit out. I look like a clown. And I'm not calling your boyfriends clowns. I'm just saying that this is something that a lot of men do. They use video games as a way to like cope with stress. And then when they don't perform well, they view themselves as a failure. It's like, no, you don't want to have a toxic relationship with games. You shouldn't be beating yourself up over a video game. But then you look at it, it's like, what is it really beating yourself up over? It's like time. You've only got so much time to live, right? Every second you spend is a second you're not going to get back. And so if you just wasted 45 minutes in Summoner's Rift just to lose, well, guess what? You just wasted 45 minutes of your life to lose at something. And it makes you feel like a loser. This is why it's really important to reassess whether or not you're actually having fun when you're playing a game. If you're not having fun when you're playing a game, it's not a recreation activity. It's a stress activity. You know, when Sims characters get mad, that's how people seem when they get mad over video games, right? But there's a lesson in everything, even in your losses. That's how I see it when I'm losing. And that's the way that you want to see it, but for a lot of people, that's hard. A lot of people have a hard time, like, you know, considering their losses. They want the reward of the win. They don't want the pain of defeat. So yeah, that's what we're going to talk about today. Probably a relatable topic for a lot of people because we're on Twitch and a lot of gamers on Twitch. A lot of gamers on Twitch. Let me just say, I just want to put this out there. When you are on your deathbed, when you're 154 years old, and you're laying there on your deathbed, you're not going to look back and be like, I wish I had played more Call of Duty. Probably gonna look back and be like, I wish I hadn't spent so much time getting mad over a video game instead of, you know, practicing love. Showing love to the people I care about. How do you know? I'm guessing. This is just me taking a guess. Maybe I'll be wrong. Who knows? Maybe at 154 on your deathbed you'll be like, wish I just had time for one more round of Warzone. Who knows? It could happen. Let's look at this real quick while we're on the topic. Let's do this real quick while we're on the topic. Let's go over the 9 most common regrets that people have at the end of their life. Sometimes when I need to find focus or when I need to find motivation, I start thinking about these types of things. The most common regrets that people have at the end of their life. Number 1, they wish they had been more loving to the people who matter the most. Many people expressed sorrow for not having been more understanding, caring, and present for the people who were important to them. They wished they had the courage to say, I love you, more often. This is why I say it as often as I can. Number 2, they wish they had been a better spouse, parent, or child. People I worked with in hospice often regretted taking their families for granted. After all, once they got terminally ill, it was their families who stuck by them to hold their hand, provide love and companionship, and care for them around the clock. Even if your family is not perfect, they're probably the ones who are there for you when you need them. Number 3, they wish they had not spent so much time working. I don't think anybody dies wishing they had worked more. Like, oh, if only I could send one more email. Just one more spreadsheet. Please, God, just give me a little more time. I need to do one more quarterly earnings report, please. Oh my God. Oh my God. Spare me. Number 4, they wish they had taken more risks. This one's kind of like, okay. This one, it makes sense, but it's also kind of like, well, this is something that's really easy to just do in hindsight. And just be like, you know, I wish I had taken more risks. Who knows? Those risks could have really fucked your life up for all you know. But looking back, like, after the fact and being like, you know what? I wonder what it would have been like. That's totally normal. So this one, it's like, it makes sense, but it also doesn't mean that, like, I should be riskier. Maybe I'll do some, like, safe, calculated, you know, strategic risks, but not like, this doesn't mean like being really risky. Number 5, they wish they had been happier and enjoyed life more. Most people regretted the time that they wasted worrying about things beyond their control. They didn't realize they were capable of choosing fun and happiness until it was too late. Spend a few minutes every day doing something that you love and that brings you joy. Can you just do me a favor and just implant this into your memory? Can you just make a strong note of this? One of those common regrets that a person has at the end of their life. They didn't realize that choosing fun and happiness was something that you are capable of until it was too late. So maybe do it sooner rather than later. Maybe take it into consideration. Number 6, they wished they had lived their dream. That kind of ties into the one about taking more risks, I think. Number 7, they wish they had taken better care of themselves. I mean, we've all done it. Number 8, they wish they had done more for others. That's nice. Number 9, they wish they had chosen more meaningful work. They wished instead that they had chosen work that was in line with their purpose and passions. Work that they were excited about and gave them a sense of fulfillment. There you go. These are the 9 most common regrets. This was all collected by a woman by the name of Grace Blue Rock. She spent 6 years working in hospice care. And she would interview people on their deathbeds. Can you imagine? Some powerful work. So how are we feeling today? How are you feeling today? How are you feeling right now in this moment? Not how were you feeling this morning, not how were you feeling an hour ago, 5 minutes ago. How are you feeling right now in this exact moment? Happy, content, optimistic, enthusiastic. I'm looking forward to this presentation. It should be a fun one. It should be a fun one. I'm currently finding fulfillment working in the back-end retail. Or working in back-end retail. I just happen to find a good place for me at this point in my life. Zen in the art of the back-end retail. For me, when he shuts down, it feels like he is saying he just doesn't care or love me. I've got a lot of work to do. in understanding your partner, because I feel like your partner does care about you and love you. I don't think that that's something that needs to be called into question. But I think that sometimes when we have disagreements or we have arguments, we have to be aware of the ways that people typically respond to those types of things. Sometimes people like to give people space. Sometimes people like to take time to cool off before we say anything that we don't mean, before we, speak from anger, before we say anything that we might regret later. We just want to be like, let's just give each other some space. Let's let this cool off a little bit so I don't say anything that makes you even more upset or say anything that I'm going to regret later. And so it's not that he doesn't want to work on it. It's just that maybe just needs a little bit of time to, let things cool off a little bit before we talk about it. And on the other hand, sometimes it feels like, if there's something that we're going through, I would just like to get it over with now. I would just like to talk about it now and process this here and now so that we can move on. And it's okay to give things some space. It's okay to take some time to process over some things. Sometimes we don't need to, worry about resolving this right here, right now. I'm not going anywhere. You're not going anywhere. Let's just take some time to cool off and then we'll come and talk about it later. So, is it so pressing that it needs to be talked about right now? What is the level of intensity of the situation at hand? If I'm gonna rank situations as far as, we need to talk about this right here, right now, you need to stop what you're doing and we need to talk about this right here, right now. It's okay, is somebody gravely injured? Has somebody broken a bone? Is there a fire? That's top priority. There is an urgent situation and we need to drop everything and be like, oh, we need to talk about this right now. And then maybe below that is is the cat about to puke? Is the cat going, It can be uncomfortable to sit with those feelings, but that is also practice in sitting with those feelings. And so even though it is uncomfortable to sit with that unresolved, just know that it will be resolved. And you're going to feel great after it is resolved. And you don't need to press so hard. Just take some time to sit and reflect on those feelings. What's a great way to help you relax? What are some of your favorite relaxation strategies? Now's a great time to bust those out. I feel weak from not eating and scared about the future. If we're gonna do anything about the future, we need everybody to be appropriately fed. Everybody needs to have good nutrition. We can't start a revolution on an empty stomach. Stressful dysregulation on my mood this morning caused 4 hours of grief for me. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Looking at health insurance plans in the US, and they literally doubled in price. It's true. It's true. Health insurance is a scam. Just waiting for universal healthcare so that we can catch up with the rest of the civilized world. Just feeling very silly because this was all over an order being rung from Chick-fil-A. Sounds like something that in time we'll all be able to laugh at. This is why I love laughter as a tool to help to regulate our feelings of frustration. Like sometimes what I would do if I noticed myself getting too angry is I would start to laugh at myself for allowing myself to get so angry over something so insignificant. Here we have free medical service. It's a mess, but it saves a lot of people. Our system is not free, and it is also still a mess. Because one of the things that they'll say to us here as far as why we shouldn't have free socialized universal healthcare is because they'll be like, oh, it'll be a mess. The system will be a mess. I'm like, the system is a mess. There are people literally just being unseen in emergency rooms for hours and hours. There are people just sick and dying in the ER because there's just not enough people to take care of them. You know, I'm sorry to hear that talking about it is stressful, but I feel like the only way that we're going to change it is to keep talking about it. So I know that being reminded of the reality of the situation is a bummer. But if we want to fix it, we got to talk about it. Agitated by a friendship breakup that happened a couple months ago. People are starting to ask if I'm still friends with them, and I'm low-key angry talking about it because it was something so dumb. Is this normal, or how do we react in a healthy way? Do you want to be that person's friend, or do you want to try to fix it? Do you want to try to mend it, or do you just want nothing to do with them forever over something dumb? It's normal to be frustrated about a situation like this because it's an unresolved conflict. Unresolved conflicts are annoying. Unresolved conflicts are bothersome, stressful. I'm open to being friends with them again. Do there need to be boundary changes? Is that part of the reason why the friendship ended? Is because there were boundaries being crossed? Do we need to have better boundaries with this person? I feel like in many situations it's pretty acceptable to give somebody a second chance as long as you're not, obviously there are going to be exceptions. I'm like, if somebody steals all your money, tries to kill you, tries to burn your house down, and then they want a second chance, I would say, probably not. Probably don't give them a second chance. But if it was over something dumb, I would say, yeah, second chance is probably a worthwhile risk to take. Maybe part of the reason why you're feeling frustrated is because you do want to be friends with them again, but you're just not sure how at this point in time. And so when people ask, like, hey, are you still friends with this person? You're like, I broke up with my best friend. I didn't speak to her for 10 years. We're best friends again, but that was a hard time. You found your way back together. It was meant to be, I think. All right, question time. Gonna take a dip in the question box. I got into an argument. Is this music too loud? Let me turn it down just a little bit. I got into an argument with an online friend because I said I can't trust people anymore after my experiences, and he took it personally and was like, why can't you trust me? And I tell him, hey, it's not personal, it's just that I'm unable to trust people in general. Alright, let me just say, it's fair for him to be frustrated in this situation. Has this person done anything to not earn your trust? Has this person ever done anything to make you mistrust them? If they haven't, if they've always been trustworthy, then this would be hurtful to them, to hear that you cannot trust them. Because just think about how that would feel to be told that from someone, regardless of what the meaning behind it was. I understand where you're coming from with the meaning of that you just have a general hard time with trusting people. And I'm not trying to, what I'm trying to say is that just imagine a friend came up to you and said, I don't trust you anymore. And you're like, what? Why? What have I done? And they're like, oh, no, it's not you. I just decided not to trust anybody anymore. That would be hurtful, confusing. And so I can understand why he would be hurt and confused by that, because just put yourself in his position, just swap places for a second. Like, I understand that it's your choice to trust who you want. I'm not saying you have to trust anybody. But in life, sometimes we have to trust people. That's part of social cooperation. That's part of the human experience. Finding people to trust and trusting them. And also taking measures to earn the trust of others. We want the people that we care about to trust us. We want the people that we care about to trust us. This person cared about you. He wanted you to trust him. And you told him that you didn't trust him. Due to no fault of his own, just because of something else that happened. I think it's possible to understand this without taking it personally. Alright, I'm going to continue reading the question before I weigh in anymore. I tell him it's not personal, it's just I'm unable to trust people in general, and I try to explain that it might not seem good or healthy for the long term, but it's what my brain rationalizes as safe for the moment, because so many people I trusted have lied and backstabbed me. Now I have to explain myself to this guy I've only spoken to sometimes on Discord who I met some months ago. And he's offended that I can't trust him when I don't even know him that well. Okay, well then, that changes things a bit. This isn't somebody who you're like longtime friends with. This is just a relatively new acquaintance. Okay, that changes things a bit. I assumed you were closer. I assumed you were closer. I had some conversations with him, but like I don't feel like we were close. I tell him it's not about me not trusting you, it's about struggling to trust people in general. And he goes, yeah, I get that, but I'm someone you can trust. And then he gets mad when I don't immediately go, yeah, I trust you. Okay, that is weird then. Well, yeah, this guy is weird. I'm just... yeah, that is kind of weird. From my perspective, it seems unfair of him to make my trust issues about himself. I don't think he gets it. No, you're right. No, you're right. But I also don't think that dealing with trust issues by just not talking to anybody, not trusting anybody, I just don't think that that's ultimately the way to do it. And like you recognize it yourself, it's like it's not healthy in the long run. Also, consider that if you don't want to talk to people because you don't feel like you can trust people, you don't have to go around telling people that you don't want to talk to them because you don't trust people. You could just stop talking to people. But yeah, this is kind of weird. Like, if somebody says they just need space and they're just, like, give them space. By the way, I know gaining trust with people takes time and I'm not, like, locked in on that and I can't trust people ever again. It's just for now, it's safest for me to be cautious, so I don't know if I want to put my trust into this guy who makes jokes about women. Okay, yeah, okay. Why did you even need to have a digital breakup with this friend? This friend just does not... like, this guy did just set... like, I'm just... the more I'm learning about this person, I'm just like, why even say goodbye to this person? Like, oh, okay. Like, so he's also misogynist as well as creepy with boundaries. Okay. Like, that alone says a lot. We even had a convo about these jokes. It ended up with him saying, yeah, I'm cringe like that, winky face. You know, I think if you're practicing on learning to be safe and learning to be cautious, you need to just disconnect from people like this sooner. And you don't need to give them the benefit of like oh, by the way, I'm withdrawing from society and I'm not trusting people anymore because I've been backstabbed too many times. Therefore, I will not be responding to you for the foreseeable future. You know, you don't have to go to all that length to like communicate with this person. Like, if this person creeps you out, if this person does stuff that's just like bizarre and inappropriate, like, you don't have to continue talking to them. You don't have to give them closure. You can walk away. I guess that's very shallow of me and maybe I'm overreacting, but the main issue is he doesn't understand that even though he looks at himself as trustworthy, and I can't make myself trust him, that it's not personal. I don't think he really tries to see it from another perspective then, but I am kind. Why does this person not see this? Now, this guy has nice guy syndrome. This guy is one of those guys who will talk on and on about how they're such a nice guy and, oh, you can trust me, oh, you can talk to me. But they're actually just some of the most manipulative, toxic people you'll ever meet. Yeah. You gotta watch out for the quote-unquote nice guys. Oh, you can trust me. What's the matter? Why don't you trust me? Like, I don't know you. But I'm a good guy. I'm nice. You should be able to... No, I don't know you. Stranger danger. It's frustrating, and I think it's affecting my mood. I was feeling down today for seemingly no reason, but maybe this got to me. Well, yeah, because I mean, this is weird. Also, you say you feel down today for seemingly no reason, but earlier you were talking about how you having to socially withdraw because you've been backstabbed so many times. So I think there are reasons for why you might be feeling down, just given the situation as you've explained it to me. We keep saying the same things to each other. He goes, "It feels rude," and I go, "But it's not personal. I struggle with trust because of my own experiences." I'm like, this guy is not your therapist, so stop talking to him like he's your therapist. This man is essentially a stranger to you. It's like, you know what's rude? Pestering. And that's what he's doing. So if he wants to start calling things rude, I'll call him rude. He's pestering you to not have boundaries with him. That's rude. What to do? Also, I don't have a strong connection with this person either. Then block them and walk away. Like, you don't have to ever talk to them ever again if you don't want to. I'm starting to see they might see the connection differently. I don't know. Now, I'm not gonna call this guy a groomer or anything, but this just sounds like the kind of stuff that groomers would do. Like, oh, come on, you can trust me. You can tell me anything. Oh, people don't understand you? Come here, you can tell me. I'll understand you. I'll listen to you. You can trust me. It's weird. It's weird. Yeah, if people don't respect your boundaries, they don't deserve your respect. Just so you know. Robin here. Sort of relating to my issues recently with the coworker that I went out with a couple times, he responded, "It's just been really weird." My gut tells me either he's not mature enough to be in a relationship. Yes. Yes. Simple as that. Yes, you are correct. Ding, ding, ding. Correct answer. This guy is either completely unaware or he is some emotionally manipulative mastermind, and I don't think that he's in an emotionally manipulative mastermind. I think you're giving him far too much credit. My gut tells me he's either not mature enough to be in a relationship with me or he's trying to manipulate me. People can behave in manipulative ways without intending to manipulate. But I've just been, based on what you've told me, it just sounds like this guy's just kind of young and naive and very emotionally immature. So that's the simplest answer. So it's probably the correct answer. This guy's frontal lobe isn't even fully developed. I asked him if he's ever told anyone at work about us hanging out, and he responded with, "No, I would never tell anyone about you. I respect you." Which, it can't just be me who thinks that response is overkill. He also tried to tell me that I'm a pretty, smart, and talented woman. I don't feel like he's earned the right to say those things to me. So, if I were to give you a compliment, have I earned the right to compliment you? I'm just asking a question about you and your ability to receive compliments. I'm not saying that what he said was. I'm looking outside of this situation, and I just want to ask you about how do you receive compliments in general? Do you think that he's trying to get something by being complimentative? I can receive compliments, but like, I don't like generic ones. They seem fake. My favorite response to receiving a compliment is to say, "Thank you, that's a very nice thing of you to say." Sometimes we don't need to read between the lines. I don't think he's earned the right to say those things to me. He hardly knows me. He's trying to be schmoozy. That's what he's doing. He's interested, and so he's trying to be nice. That's his game. And I'm not trying to say that he's manipulative, but it's just like, that's just his approach. He feels as though he's just saying whatever he thinks a woman would want to hear. Don't let his lack of game and emotional naivete affect you. How can I feel more confident and less guilty about drawing up boundaries and rejecting this guy in this situation? I have a hard time telling anyone no as I'm a people pleaser. Robin, it'd make me really happy if you told this guy no. It would make me so happy. I would be so pleased if you set good boundaries with this guy. Oh, it would just make my day. See, I'm going to use your people pleasing to stop your people pleasing. See, here's the thing. You are people too, Robin. You are people. Maybe it's your turn to please yourself. But I just need some help finding strategies to be more confident about sticking with what I actually want instead of worrying so much about other people. All right, well, what do you actually want? What is it you're actually looking for? What is it you know? What do you want? Tell me what you want, what you really, really want. What does that look like? Go on, tell me what you want, what you really, really want. Or take some time to think about it. If you want to be more confident about sticking with what you actually want, define what you really want in the clearest possible terms. It's much more easy to be confident about something when you have a very firm idea of what that thing is. Also, I don't have many strategies to share with you that you probably aren't doing already on your own. I think that a part of what you need to be doing is appreciating your own strength, recognizing the confidence that you already have. Having confidence is not always about feeling confident. It's about being confident, which can sometimes make us feel fearful, sometimes make us scared. I want a partner that I feel comfortable setting boundaries with. What types of boundaries are you looking for? This is my advice to you. If you're looking for advice, you're looking for help, this is my help. Define those types of boundaries that you would want to have as clearly as you possibly can. Just really understand what it is you're looking for and what you're trying to find. And then go get it, girl. Go get it. It's out there waiting for you. But you gotta go find out what it is first. It's not always about manifesting new confidence. Most of the time, it's about understanding and appreciating the confidence that you already have. I'm just trying to feel nice by myself, TBH. That's a great place to start. I feel like learning how to show love to yourself is a great way to open up to letting love in. Oh, you can't hurry love. No, you just have to wait. Love doesn't come easy. It's a game of give and take. I remember when my mom used to say that. I have a date today, but I'm still hurting over an ex. Well, going on a date can be a great way to get over some of that hurt. Going on a date could be part of what you need to get over that person that you're still hung up on. I don't feel like I'm covering up a problem with guys. I feel like I should get out of this depression and get out there for a bit. I agree. I let the guy know that I'm not doing very well, and he accepted. He was the one who looked for me and insisted and such. But even so, a part of me doesn't really want to go. I don't know if it's the depression talking. Stay here suffering your ex, feeling like you're the most alone person in the world. Or if it is just my part of mourning, just trying to recover quietly in peace. It's been 3 months now that we haven't seen each other. He's doing his PhD on another continent, but the process of breakup has been going on since the beginning of the year, and we really stopped talking to each other just 2 weeks ago. Until then, even with the breakup, we still treated each other like boyfriend and girlfriend. So I really felt the end. It was just now when we stopped talking to each other. So it was a slow, drawn-out breakup. Those can be difficult, especially when it's like just kind of wondering where this is going, kind of wondering what's happening, just waiting for things to change. I'm not looking for any love right now. It's not super extremely casual either. It's supposed to be friendly. Should I stay home? I don't want to be annoying to the guy, and I'm afraid of having a face like this. A face like this all the time. But I also didn't want to be fake. My head doesn't really see the possibility of it being fun. I haven't been able to have fun, but I would like to feel like a separate person from my ex for a bit. Okay, give yourself permission to have fun. I know. Sometimes that's what it comes down to. Sometimes we gotta remember, I'm a grown-up now. I sign my own permission slips. And if I want to have fun, sometimes I gotta let myself know, hey, it's okay to have fun. This doesn't have to be serious time. This could just be fun time. Okay, so what I would say on, whether or not you do or do not go, if you just absolutely feel like you're not gonna have fun, then you're going to fixate on all of the things that go wrong. You're going to fixate on all of the ways that it is not fun, and it's not going to feel like a very fun date. Likewise, if you were to go out with the mindset of, I am going to have fun, it might help you to overlook things that aren't so fun. It might help you focus on the things that actually are fun. So the mindset that we have going into a thing can really change the outcome of that thing, because it changes what we focus on. It changes what we expect. So what I would say is, consider both options. Consider the worst possible scenario. Consider that. Worst case scenario, I go out and I'm just miserable. I can't stop talking about my ex, and this person's just like checking their watch repeatedly, waiting to leave, and I'm waiting to leave, and it's just awful and miserable. Worst case scenario. All right, well, what's best case scenario? What is the best possible outcome for this? You go out, you have a little bit of fun, you have some conversation, you get some fresh air, you get some food, or whatever, and then you go home. Just a fun night on its own, outside of the context of everything else that has happened within your life. A fun night for the sake of fun. Would that be worth giving a try? If you want to have fun, consider the ways that it could be fun. You gotta think about that. You gotta approach it from the mindset of what could go right instead of what could go wrong. Otherwise, it is just gonna not be fun. You said that the most important thing is for the patient to believe that the therapy will work. What if the person is already very pessimistic and suspicious and doesn't believe in it? Is it better not to even try? Oh no, see, that's where the art of the deal comes in. That's where I get to be a good salesman. That's where I get to be the negotiator. A lot of what goes into therapy sometimes, not for everybody, because a lot of people do want to be actively involved in part of the process, but something that regularly happens in therapy is you will find yourself with people who just don't want to be there. Maybe it's family therapy, maybe it's couples therapy, and you can tell that sometimes somebody's just not that interested in being there, but you kind of have to sell the idea to them anyway. And so selling somebody on the idea of therapy is a part of therapy. Helping them to believe that it will work. Trying to figure out a way to make it appeal to them. And so I would disagree that I would say it's not better to not even try. I would say try, but just keep that in mind that this is what you're working on. You're trying to, help this person with their pessimism and their suspicion. That's going to be your first goal, is to earn that trust. It's a really important aspect of therapy. Building up that therapist-client relationship. Building up that trust. How do I stop feeling bad about messing up my diet? I had 2 slices of bagel instead of 1 like usual. And I'm kind of anxious about it now. I want to restrict, but I know this kind of sounds ridiculous. It does. I'm just going to agree with you on that. I thought the whole point of eating a bagel was to eat both slices. Otherwise, you're just eating the top of the bagel or just the bottom of the bagel, and that's just not okay. You gotta have the whole thing. That's the point. Also, the calorie differences between 1/2 of one bagel, or like 1/2 of a bagel and the entire bagel, is not that big of a deal. It's not that big of a deal. You're not gonna gain, like... This is something that I'm thinking back to one of the professors I had in school, and one of the things that they did was they had worked with people to help them with eating disorders and stuff. Sometimes you just have to be really realistic about it and be like, apply logic to the situation. Like, I feel like, okay, I ate 1/2 of a bagel, that's just gonna ruin me. I'm like, okay, how much could you realistically gain by eating a 1/2 of a bagel? A 1/2 of a bagel doesn't even weigh a single pound. You wouldn't even, you were talking about a small, little, like almost insignificant amount in the grand scheme of things. I know this sounds kind of ridiculous, but I can't help but feel this way either. That's something that you commonly see in eating disorders, is it's like, I know that this sounds ridiculous, but I also can't stop thinking this way. You get yourself caught up in this loop of this like self-destructive behavior. And why is it? Oh, it's because the self-destructive behavior gives you some sense of resolution. You're like, well, if I just do this thing, if I punish myself because I'm used to punishing myself, then I'll feel better because I punished myself because I've been bad. I also kind of want Chipotle after work, but that extra slice of bagel. You need to eat. You need to eat a healthy, balanced diet. Restricting yourself actually puts you into starvation mode, and it makes you store fat. It's better to eat and to keep your metabolism going than to just not eat. Are you talking to anybody about this? Do you have any support group? Do you have a counselor? Do you have anybody that you're talking to about this? Because eating disorders are no joke, and you shouldn't face them on your own. You should be talking to people who, or have a recovery mindset. For the person who hits themselves after losing a match in League of Legends, which emotional need is satisfied by winning the game and which emotional need suffers when they lose? I wonder if when they win, it eases the suffering of the emotion that cares about social standing, because when they win, that is additional evidence that they are more skilled at the game than their competitors and also that they were part of a team who could win. However, when they lose, their anger appears to protect their social standing, and they have pegged to winning and losing in the video game, since losing to them is evidence that their social standing is lower and that they are not able to be a part of a team who could win that match. And so I wonder if the player playing the game and seeing those highs and lows could evaluate it differently, evaluate it if a different activity might not carry the same highs and lows, but instead nurture their embarrassment in a manner that was non-binary, like with League of Legends. Yeah, no, social standing definitely does have a part of it. Social standing does play into especially ranked competitive games. Like, you don't want to be at the bottom because then you feel like you're bad and people are going to say, oh, look at you, get good, scrub. And then you're like, oh my god, I need to get into platinum. Oh my god, I need to get into diamond. So yeah, social standing is definitely a part of it, but it also relates to your own self-esteem, your own self-efficacy. It's not just your standing within a social structure, but it's also like, how capable am I? Can I do the things that I want to do? If I want to get into platinum in League of Legends, could I do it? Is it possible? Am I skilled enough? And so it also plays into your own appreciation of yourself. Your self-esteem, your self-efficacy. And so there's a lot riding on that game. Sounds like they're missing social standing IRL, so yeah, that could be it. You know, if you're not, like, we use video games as a way to, like, express parasocial energies. You know, you might be mad at your boss, but you can't cuss them out, and so you transfer it onto somebody that you play a ranked match with, and you're just like, just typing away, just getting all that anger out. There's a lot that goes into it. We've got a whole presentation on it, so... I don't know, a lot to think about. Can you please be my dad in-game? Which game? Depends on which game. I'm back. I got a McRib. I thought they took away the McRib forever. What happened to the McRib farewell tour? You're telling me they lied to us? In 2022, the McRib made a farewell tour. They said it wasn't coming back. You're telling me they lied? You're telling me they lied? No, they literally said, this is it. They said in 2022, they said, this is it. No more McRib. It's gone forever. You're telling me they fucking lied? Imagine getting cussed out by a boss and then also losing in League. RIP their self-esteem. There was somebody in chat once, and I made a joke about them being in Iron in League, and it wasn't even like an offensive joke. It was just me it was just a completely innocuous, like harmless statement. I wasn't even like using it as an insult or anything. I was just like, I was talking about playing in bronze or something, and they took it as an insult. And they got mad about it. They thought that I was calling them out on their league skills. And I was like, no, I was just like talking about playing in bronze in general. I wasn't even like talking about them specifically. And they took it personally. The irony in that is that the most fun to ever play in League of Legends is when you're playing in Iron. That is the most fun you will ever have playing that game. It only gets worse from there. You go play an Iron game of League of Legends and you can play Master Yi and you can get 37 kills. So the McRib's back, huh? I thought they were done with it. I thought it was over for the McRib. Just goes to show, I don't know anything. Hi Joshua and chat. I am gay. Hey, how's it going, gay? Good to see ya. How to stop addiction. The more I try to stop, the more it comes, the other day. Addiction is something that is best treated with a specialist, somebody who understands addiction. It's also something that we shouldn't try to do all alone. Addiction is a serious thing, and it's a serious effort to reverse it. There are supports out there who are willing and eager to help you, though. Also, it kind of depends on what your addiction is. If you're dealing with a specific type of addiction, I would look for supports that are specifically catered to that type of addiction. Because while the general idea behind treating addiction is pretty consistent, there are differences depending on what it is that you're trying to treat. You know, you have to take the substance of choice into consideration when coming up with a treatment plan. But just in general, like as a general statement, how do you stop addiction? Typically by finding a new hobby, by finding something else to occupy your time and to occupy your mind and to do something that is more healthy and productive, instead of stealthy and destructive. My partner, semi-long distance, told me about a year ago that he had quit smoking weed and cleared his system after having some experiences that scared him. Recently, I've noticed that he has started smoking again. I don't have anything against smoking, and I understand that people change. One day they might want one thing, and the next day they don't, and that's okay. However, it feels complicated because there's so much going on in his mind and life right now, and I'm worried he might be relying on it in a way that isn't truly beneficial. Ah, so he's smoking on that copium. This is pretty common, you know, especially when it comes to like smoking weed or some other types of substances. It's just like when life gets tough, we lean on the things that we know to be capable of giving us relief in that moment. He's also been taking some big risks lately, which I genuinely applaud because risks can lead to rewards, but I'm not entirely sure if those are the right decisions to make right now. We haven't had a proper catch-up conversation in about 2 months, and I feel like I'm missing clarity on where his head and heart are at. Then I think you already know what you're looking for. That type of conversation. What I'm hearing is that you feel like this type of conversation is overdue. This type of, catch up, see how we're doing, see where we're at. It's similar to how he used to avoid swearing but then started doing it again. You're telling me he's smoking weed, taking risks, and using swears? Uh-oh, this might be a bad boy. Small shifts that make me wonder how his habits align with the person he truly wants to be. It sounds like he's having a moment of trying to figure out his identity. It adds up. It adds up, with what you're saying that you've noticed him doing. Sounds like he's trying to figure out that way forward, trying to figure out that next step. I don't want to sound controlling because I fully support him, but we've always made it a point to hold each other accountable for our goals as people. I just feel unsure about how to approach these topics in a way that encourages open and honest communication. He's typically a great communicator, but how do I approach someone who has a lot on their plate and might prefer to be a little bit less communicative right now? Like this. Hey. I've noticed it seems like you have a lot on your plate lately. You want to talk about anything? Leave it up to them. Let them decide what they want to talk about. But just show them that you're aware and show them that you're open to talk about it. It also lets them know that you've noticed. It lets them know that you're paying attention, that you're thinking about them. He's come a long way with communication, and I am proud of him, but I don't want to push him too much at one time to overwhelm him. Like, alright, well, if he's swearing and smoking a lot of weed and making risky behaviors, it already sounds like he might kind of be overwhelmed, and talking to you might actually help him to not feel so overwhelmed. So I would say, talk about it. And this is just a general bit of advice to anybody who's in a partnership, anybody who's in a committed long-term relationship. Talk about stuff. Don't feel like us talking about it is going to overwhelm this person. Because what actually overwhelms a person is feeling like they've got no one to talk to about it, or that no one cares, no one asks about it, no one wants to talk to me about this thing. Even if they might not initially seem open to talking about it because it might be stressful, it's one of those things where it's like after you do talk about it, they're like, okay, yeah, I do feel better that I talked about it now. So that's my advice. Talk about it. He already sounds like he's kind of feeling a little bit overwhelmed, and talking about it could help him to not feel so overwhelmed. So that's what I would start with. You gotta talk about those feelings, partner. All right, everybody. All right, everybody, do me a favor. Answer this poll. Are you a gamer? Do you identify as a gamer? Yes. No. Maybe? It's time for some video game psychology. This was another requested topic. We did a few requested topics this week. Apologies for yawning. It just means I need to breathe deeper. Are you a gamer? Unfortunately. Alright, what we're going to talk about today is the ways in which games can be good for us, the ways in which games can be not so good for us. We're going to talk about both of it. One of the most important things to keep in consideration, whether this be video games or anything else, is to just be mindful. Why am I doing this thing that I am doing? So when it comes to video games, what we want to understand is, why am I doing this? What is this doing for me? It's okay to use games to de-stress, but what we want to make sure is that we're not gaming so much that we're just trying to avoid real life, or we're trying to avoid our responsibilities or our other problems in life. If you are a gamer, what's your favorite game? What's your favorite game of all time? You can't make me pick. Well, I'm gonna try. Would you look at that? We're all gamers here, at least so far. Growing up, what were some of the first games you were hooked on? What was the first game that taught you how to love video games? Look at that. Well, look at that. We're a bunch of gamers. Good. Good. So this presentation should really ring true for us. It's just nice that there's not anybody who's like, actually, I don't play games ever. I've never seen a game, never played a game, hate games, don't know why I'm even on Twitch. I'm just... Alright, everybody. Today we're doing video game psychology. What's video game psychology? Good question. You're about to find out. The first memory I have of gaming was on some old retro systems, playing at my grandparents' house with my uncle. You know, like Breakout on the Atari, old Nintendo classic games, you know, Mario Brothers, Duck Hunt. First game I ever remember owning was a Super Nintendo. Super Nintendo. Super Mario World. But I would say that some of my fondest memories growing up were playing on the PlayStation. I had a PlayStation when I was a little bit older. Played some Final Fantasy, some Crash Bandicoot. And then I got a computer and I found Diablo 2 and Warcraft 3 and it was all over. Anyway, today we're doing video game psychology. We're going to talk about kind of an umbrella approach. I'm not going to get too deep into any specific topic because we've got a lot of ground to cover today. We're going to do kind of like an overall aerial view. So let's get started. Video games. They're more than just entertainment. They engage our brains in complex and fascinating ways. Just think about what we were talking about earlier, some of the responses that people can have to playing video games. Breaking keyboards, throwing controllers, jumping up and down, screaming with excitement. Video games can be serious business. Over the years, video games have changed, they've evolved. It used to be kind of a niche hobby. You didn't really see too many people doing it, but it has exploded. Everybody's gaming now. Your grandma's gaming on her phone. Your grandma's over there playing Candy Crush. So now they found a game for everybody. Can we do a deep dive into MOBA player psychology? I'd rather not. Games offer psychological benefits and challenges. And because of that, this makes them a unique lens through which we can study human behavior. So that's the lens that we're looking through today. We're looking through the lens today. N64 and PlayStation games have aged like milk visually. Oh yeah, a lot of them look real bad now. Going back and playing the original like Final Fantasy VII, it's like, oh my god, the block hands, the low poly count. I still love it though. I just remember it looking a lot better. That's another thing that's really interesting about video games as you age, especially if you grew up playing like less graphically intense video games, is you remember them looking a lot better. You remember, like, oh yeah, I was playing PlayStation 2, and in my young mind, that shit looked basically real. Let's talk about the dopamine rush. Let's talk about why gaming is so compelling. Let's talk about why people get hooked on it. Video games tap into your brain's reward system. Your brain's reward system is it's a collection of different parts of your brain that are in communication. It kind of forms a circuit. And we call that the dopamine circuit, or your dopamine pathways. And the chemical that is released that gives you that feeling of reward, and you can get this by doing all sorts of different stuff. You can get this by cleaning your room, you can get this by doing your homework, you can do this by, helping somebody reach an item up on the top shelf of the grocery store, holding a door open for somebody. It's our brain's natural reward system. And video games tap into that. And we start to develop this concept of goals and rewards through the act of playing games. Playing games also instills a sense of progress and mastery within a person. When you're leveling up, you're completing quests, those are tangible markers of progress. It's reinforcing a sense of accomplishment within you. And then think about what happens when they invented achievements. The addition of achievements to video games was really just such a heavy blow for the perfectionists out there. So, a moment of silence for all of the perfectionists out there who can't play a game without having to 100% that game. Our heart goes out to you. Our heart goes out to you. A sense of pride and accomplishment. It's true. Even something just like playing a game, it can still be rewarding to us, and it can give us a sense of pride and accomplishment. Consider how much more enforcing this is when the game is known to be notoriously difficult. Think about games like Dark Souls, Elden Ring. Think about that style of game. A game that's known far and wide to be pretty tough, pretty unforgiving, very challenging. Now imagine that sense of accomplishment that you would normally get from playing a game. It's even more amplified because the game is meant to be really difficult. Another way that games are reinforcing, another way that games activate our reward system is by design. Game designers, game developers, they will strategically implement rewards, challenges, things to keep the players engaged and motivated. Think about XP bars, loot boxes, daily login rewards. You know, they even got grandma. Grandma's like, oh, gotta get my daily login reward. One of the ways in which they have really refined this model is the season pass. Just think about the season pass within a video game. Time limited, encouraging you to engage as much as possible in a confined space and time. A lot of games these days are designed to keep you playing them. Let's compare this to real life for a minute. That same reward system, this dopamine-driven system, it teaches us the value of incremental progress. So this isn't just something that we can get from video games. We need to take a look at how this also works in our real life. Whether it's hitting your fitness goals, whether it's advancing your career. Finding the joy and the value of incremental progress. Climbing those ranks. You're going to make it out of bronze. You're going to make it to platinum. Gaming and gambling converging again is something I don't like. You know, you could even make an argument that playing a team game with random people is also a bit of a gamble. Are my teammates going to be good? Are my teammates going to carry? Or are my teammates going to feed? Even if there aren't loot boxes and season passes, it's just like, even just playing a team game with random people, it's like, there is that randomness factor. It's a little bit of a gamble. So that's just another way that games can get you hooked. It has the same enticement and appeal as gambling. Like maybe I've been on a loss streak. Well, okay, I gotta keep going. I can't end on a loss. Can't end on a loss. Gotta keep going. Play till I win. Are they going to suck ass and then blame me for their problems? Almost exclusively. Almost exclusively will people do that. So, speaking of that, let's talk about why we hate to lose, but keep playing anyway. Let's talk about loss aversion. We don't like to lose. Losing feels bad. Losing in games triggers a strong emotional response. Oftentimes, it is a stronger and more intense response than the joy of winning. You know, we talk about a negativity bias all the time. Our minds are more susceptible to negative information or negative events because it's trying to protect us from harm. Normally, we associate negative events with potential for harm. And so it taps into our natural aversion to failure. Let's talk about the challenge loop. The frustration from failure can transform into determination, thereby pushing people or the players to try again and improve. It's like, all right, I gotta get better. Gotta keep going. Gotta get stronger, faster. And so this can create a powerful cycle of challenge and mastery. This is the type of thing that you want to see in the development of a skill. You want your failure, that frustration that you feel from failure, to become determination for you. You want it to push you to try again and to improve. This can apply to things all throughout your life. Games can also give us a lesson in resilience. They can teach us to bounce back, to adapt, to learn from mistakes. These are skills that can carry over into real-life problem solving. But this is why it's also important to have accountability, to recognize your mistakes, to own your mistakes, instead of projecting them onto your teammates, for example. Another reason why we love to keep playing, even though we hate to lose, that competitive spirit. For many people, competition provides that adrenaline rush. It's a thrill. It makes the highs of victory worth the lows of defeat. This is why people like to play ranked. It adds a little bit more of an impact. That's just something interesting to consider. It's like some people, if there is ranked competitive play available within a game, that is what they will play. They will not play the normal queue. They will not. They will only play ranked if it is something that is available. They say it was like, why bother playing if I'm not playing ranked? It's like, well, there are reasons. There are reasons why you wouldn't want to only play ranked. There are reasons why a person would not want to play ranked. And one of my main reasons for not wanting to, like, I'll play ranked if my friends want to play ranked, I don't care. But you won't catch me, like, playing ranked just on my own because I'm bored. I would rather just play the game normally. But the reason for that is because when you play ranked, you will much more often find yourself confined to having to play only what is commonly known to be the best. You have to play the meta. And then also what happens when you play ranked is every single game you have to play against the same exact opponents. Not like the same people, not the same users, but it's always the same heroes, the same champions, the same characters, because those are just the ones that are popular or known to be strong at that time. And so those are the only ones that people feel like I can play this in ranked because it increases my chances of winning by just a little bit, and that just kind of makes it boring for me. I like to play stuff that goes against the norm. I like to have fun. I like to try stuff out. I like to be a little bit cheesy. And you can't really do that in ranked play. They'll accuse you of trolling. why are some people a lot more competitive or aggressive with video games than others? I would say that it has to do with the person's ability to regulate their emotions. Like if a person is really competitive or aggressive with a video game, the first thing that you want to consider is what is going on in their life outside of video games. What is it that they're trying to deal with? What is it that they're trying to process by channeling all of that energy into a game? For a lot of people, it serves as a valuable distraction. And for many people who might feel insecure about themselves in some way, it might give them a sense of security. You know, if they feel like maybe they're not the most confident, maybe they're not so sure about, where they're at in life, they're looking to still feel valid. They're looking to still feel prestige. And sometimes people use it because it gives them a little bump to their self-worth. Like, well, I may feel like a failure in many areas of my life, but at least I didn't fail my team in Dota. I wouldn't say that there's a harm in being competitive, because I feel like being competitive can help to push you to new heights and it can help you to hone your skills. But to be aggressive, that just kind of sounds like... I don't really like to play games to get mad. I don't need to play games to get mad. If I need to get mad, I just need to watch the news. If I need to get mad, I just need to think about politics for 5 seconds. I don't need games to make me mad too. I don't need to be mad all the time. So if I ever find myself getting angry when playing a game, I know that's probably a good time to take a break. Maybe they like to rage in a game because it's a safe place for their rage that they can't show at work, etc. Absolutely, that's definitely a part of it. We call that transference. You're taking anger from one area of your life and you're channeling it into another area of your life. And more often than not, what we do is we channel that anger into a place that feels safe to do so. For many people, they feel much more safe to yell at a random person over a microphone or cuss somebody out in chat than they do to actually tell their boss how they feel about them. Yeah, a lot of people will use video games as a tool to help them regulate their emotions. And so that's what you're really looking at, is how do they handle their emotions? How do they handle their stress? Let's talk about another aspect of video games. Let's talk about the psychology of role-playing. This is another interesting aspect to consider, a different way to take a look at some of the things that video games allow us to do. One thing that video games allow us to do is to explore different identities. Role-playing games, or RPGs, they let us experiment with different identities, different morals, and choices that we might not explore in real life. So thinking about this, it's like, it's me playing Baldur's Gate 3, except I'm doing an evil run, and I'm evil in the game. My brother is addicted to video games and I don't get it. Alright, well, I'll post these slides for you later, but I think this really does cover a lot of why that would happen. Or about why it's addicting. Not only is it built into the game design, but it also ties into your brain's natural reward system. It also allows you the ability to help regulate your emotions. So not only is it a reward-driven addiction, but it's also a coping skill. That can make it even more powerful of an addiction. So, games like RPGs, they allow us to experiment with identities, morals, and choices we might not explore in real life. And this is why I get so frustrated whenever people get mad about characters being, you know, women or, you know, a person of color. Like, this is why I just get so frustrated when these no-life losers take to the internet and just start raging. And it's like, it's a video game. You're just playing as a character. It's pixels on a screen. But you know what it is? A lot of the reason why people get mad about stuff like that is because they need to impose themselves onto the game. If they're going to be a guy swinging around a sword, they want to pretend that they are that guy. And it makes it easier for them to do that if it's somebody that at least shares some physical characteristics with them. And so that's why no-life losers on the internet get mad when, you know, a woman shows up in a video game or a black person shows up in a video game. It's because, oh no, my immersion, I can't pretend I'm the game character anymore because they don't look like me. And it's like, that's what empathy and exploring different identities is all about. That's actually part of the appeal of the game, is to play somebody that looks nothing like you because it's a character. So they usually need some form of empathy on the character, which makes them mad. I guess. It doesn't really make sense. I mean, it makes sense to me, but it's also just frustrating to think about because it's honestly just a very childish, small-minded take on the world. You know, like, I can't have fun playing a game unless I'm playing as a strong, buff dude. Or a scantily clad, and all of the women in the game, they can't look like real women. They all have to be running around in bikinis and they all need to look like anime girls. Like, these people are just so detached from reality. Like, gaming is their safe space. And whenever real people who look like real people are put into video games, these people, they feel like their safe space has been violated. This power fantasy of theirs. Yeah, I think that's definitely part of it. It affords them this safe space. And then whenever real people start showing up, it reminds them that there are actually people out there. They're like, oh no, you can't come in. Get out of my room. Get out of my room. That's basically what it is. My brother's 24 and wants to do nothing but play games in his dark room. Sounds like he's depressed. Does he have a role model? Does he have somebody who can talk to him? Does he have somebody to look up to? Somebody to help challenge him? I could do a whole presentation on angry internet losers. I could do a whole presentation on these people who get upset because the protagonist is a woman, or the protagonist is a black person, or the protagonist actually looks like a real human being instead of looking like a cartoon character. I could do a whole presentation on it. It's honestly just... ugh. Ugh. Alright, let's recenter. Let's talk about immersion and escapism. If you create or embody a character, this can provide you with an escape from reality, and this can also allow for some deep emotional engagement. You can create a world, you can create a backstory, you can create a character. This can allow you to engage emotionally. This can allow you to become more involved. People who are into roleplay scare me. What's the role you're playing right now? We're all playing a role. What's yours? Right now you're playing the role of judgmental person in the high school cafeteria. Role-playing games can also allow a person to establish empathy through their avatar. By stepping into someone else's shoes, even a fictional one, this can foster understanding and empathy. And this also ties into what we were talking about, angry, compulsively online internet losers, just like complaining about there being women in video games, complaining about there being like people of color or different minorities or different ethnicities in video games. Is it because it's like, oh, now I have to actually foster understanding and empathy. And they don't want to. So by playing a game as a character that you don't have a lot in common with, it can actually help you to understand what it might be like to go through those experiences or to face those challenges. Role-playing games can actually encourage you to be more empathetic, which is why you should probably be more empathetic to people who are into roleplay. RPGs also allow for creative expression. Especially in those tabletop or online spaces where you're able to really customize your character, where there's a story, there's a narrative. It can allow you to express yourself in a unique and meaningful way. And creative expression is good for you. We talk about it all the time. Let's talk about the social connection of multiplayer. Another aspect of the psychology of video games. You see what I mean now when I said we're kind of doing like an umbrella approach and we're going to talk about a lot of different things today? This is what I meant. We're kind of all over the place. This is kind of just a crash course in video game psychology. Video Psychology 101. Shared experiences. See, this part is something that I'm really interested in talking about because video games afford us social connection. It can make it more convenient. It can make it more, you can connect with people all over the world by playing games. So whenever we're playing multiplayer games, we are sharing in experiences. And this can foster collaboration. It can help us to practice our teamwork. These sorts of shared victories help to build up our social bonds. The social aspect of multiplayer also helps us to bring people together. A lot of people formed lasting friendships by meeting people in their friend group or by meeting people on a game. I have friends that I've known for over 20 years that I met by playing games. We met playing Warcraft 3 back in 2003. It's been a long, strange trip. What a long, strange trip it's been. A couple years back, I was one of those maladaptive GTA RP people. Oh, so that's why people who do RP scare you, is because the call is coming from inside the house. Hello? Oh yes, it's me. The people that we meet playing games together, it can help us to form lasting friendships, and it can even help to build communities. Oh, I was giggling and joking, assuming that you kept track of people's apologies. I am also giggling and joking. Just having fun. Except I wouldn't giggle, because if I were up here giggling, it would probably be a little unsettling to a lot of you if I was just like hee 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 hee. You'd probably be like, what's he doing? That's weird. What's wrong with a good giggle? I'm not anti-giggle, I was saying that my giggles would be unsettling to people. That's all I was saying. I was talking about my giggling. If I was just like multiplayer video games can also give us a psychological benefit. Playing with others reduces our feelings of loneliness. It can also boost our sense of belonging. Now, online multiplayer actually does create some challenges. There's a lot of toxic behavior, there's a lot of trolling, and sometimes that competition can create negative experiences. But overcoming these dynamics can often strengthen teamwork and communication skills. So if you're an online multiplayer and you can recognize when I'm sometimes toxic or sometimes a troll, or sometimes I get too heated because it's competitive, recognize that I want to overcome those dynamics so that I can strengthen my teamwork and my communication skills. Let's talk about games for relaxation. Where are all my Animal Crossing people at? Where are all my Animal Crossing people at? Where's my Stardew Valley crowd? Where are you at? Let's see it. Where are my casual gamers? Gaming for relaxation. Some games are actually designed to help you reduce stress. There are some games that are actually designed to be relaxing, calming, Games like Animal Crossing, Stardew Valley, they're actually designed to be calming and to offer a reprieve from daily stress. Stardew Valley is a game that I've always wanted to play more of. I've only ever played it a little bit, but I'm just like, I just haven't done it. Probably should though. I played it a little bit. I think my problem was I played it on my phone, and the phone version is kind of clunky. I think I might install it on my PC. Merge games help me de-stress. Oh yeah, we're up here merging in the Discord. Is everybody merging in the Discord right now? Nobody's merging in the Discord right now, but we've often got mergers in the Discord. I love a little merge every now and again. It's like a little digital Zen garden. Games can also help to put you into a flow state. Games that have a repetitive, low-stakes tasks, it can help to put you in a flow state, a sort of meditative focus, where time seems to melt away. A current trend that we've seen developing in the game space is mindful use of relaxation techniques. What we're seeing now are people developing games that are much more catered to being relaxing and calming. You know, we're seeing games that have just these beautiful visuals, the soothing music, relaxing game mechanics, and these are all designed to help players practice presence and emotional regulation. So playing games can actually help you to practice your mindfulness. That sounds like a win-win to me. My recommendation regarding mindfulness is to try to do everything mindfully. Think about why you're doing it when you're doing it. Cozy games are so hot right now. It's true. It's true. Just in the last like year or two, you've probably just started to hear people actually branding their games as like cozy, comfortable, calming. You know, like those types of games have existed for a long time, but you're actually starting to see much more of a market appeal, and you're seeing people directly market games as that type of game. Chess against yourself? I don't know. Sounds kind of lonely. Could it be connected to more women playing video games now? I think it has to do partly with that. It also has partly to do with older people playing games, because gamers are getting older. You know, you've had people who've been playing games for 10, 20, 30 years, and they're getting older, and they might not want to play League of Legends anymore. They might not want to get sweaty in the arena. They might want to just play something casual, something fun. And so I think that's a part of it too. You know, you're seeing more parents who are playing games. You're seeing more grandparents who are playing games. And it's easy to, you know, pick up and put down a relaxing game. You know, if you're playing a competitive game, it's like you're locked in, you're dialed in. It's like you have to sit there until you're free from the Summoner's Rift. You have to serve that sentence. Every time you enter ranked queue in League of Legends, you are sentencing yourself to at least 15 minutes in Summoner's Rift. If you're lucky. You might be there for 90 minutes. I had a 90-minute game of League of Legends once, and I still think about it. It was the longest League of Legends game I've ever had in my entire life. 90 minutes. Escapism and balance. Playing relaxing games can be helpful and provide that sort of mental escape, but another part that's really important to recognize is the balance that they can encourage or motivate within a person. You know, playing this relaxing game that's like very artistic, very soothing, very engaging, it can also inspire a person to go out and be more creative and joyful in their real life. And so not only is the game, you know, a distraction, not only is it an escape, but it also can manifest as good, positive behaviors in the rest of your life. Yeah, I don't think I want to learn how to play chess. I'm just going to wait until Chess 2 comes out. I'm waiting for a balance patch to chess. There's just a couple of like broken mechanics within chess. I think it just needs to get patched. I'm not really interested in learning a broken game. I'm going to wait until they do a relaunch. Maybe I'll wait until Chess 2. All right, let's wrap it up. So we kind of covered a lot today. We didn't really get into anything specifically. You know, we kind of were all over the place. But that was my idea today. I didn't want to get too in-depth into any particular aspect of video games. We're just kind of doing an overarching look of some of the different ways that video games affect our minds. We were taking a deeper look at some of the many different ways that psychology and video games are intertwined. So, let's wrap it up. Video games, they engage us emotionally, socially, and psychologically. So it's more than just fun. They teach us to be resilient, they help to foster connections between people, and they provide us with creative outlets. By understanding the psychology behind gaming, we can better appreciate its impact on our lives and the lives of others. So, to end, I'd like to just pose a question for you. What aspect of gaming psychology resonates most with you? What about what we talked about today? What did you hear anything today, or was there anything that came up today that you had just maybe going, Main takeaway here is playing a little bit of Animal Crossing, or, you know, The Sims, or Stardew Valley, or like a more relaxing, creative type of game. Is like, these can actually be good for you. Not just are they like good stress relievers, but they can also inspire you to go out and be more creative. And so that's something that I really like about that genre of game. I think understanding the general reasons behind toxic gamers' behavior has been interesting. Yeah, and that's something that we could really dive into more deeply because it is a multifaceted thing. Not everybody who is, you know, an angry gamer is angry for the same reason. You know, some people have, pretty decent lives, but they just have a hard time regulating their emotions and it manifests in their gaming. You know, maybe they have a pretty comfortable life, but whenever they play games, they can't help but just like scream and rage and throw stuff. And it's because it's a reflection of their emotional immaturity. Well, for some people, they cope with the stress of real life by playing games for an escape, and then when they play the game, there's also the added layer of, am I playing this competitively? Am I attributing my self-worth to my performance in this game, even if I'm not aware that I'm doing it? Most interested in the RP aspect. I love RPG games and feeling immersed. Oh yeah, RPG games can be some of the most immersive, especially if, you're able to help shape the narrative, if you're able to be a part of the story, if you're able to play a character in a changing, evolving world. It's a great opportunity to be creative, to practice empathy. I enjoyed this. It made me think about what my brother could be getting from his games. And the reason why I wanted to do this presentation is because it makes me think about guys like your brother, early to mid 20s, not sure what to do. They just know that playing games takes my mind off of stuff. It gives me something to pass the time. When I win, it makes me feel good. When I lose, it makes me feel terrible. And I can't quit playing it. So I think it's really important to talk to people like that about, the importance of diversifying your hobbies. Nobody should just have one hobby, okay? We should have multiple hobbies, because not every hobby is something that we will always be in the mood to practice. And sometimes we just need to practice a hobby. Sometimes we just need to be like, all right, I'm going to focus on one of my hobbies. I'm going to go doodle. I'm going to go draw. I'm going to go do a painting. I'm going to do some journaling. I'm going to do some writing. I'm going to do, some crafting. Because something that we didn't really get into, but I want to take a moment to reiterate, is that if you only have one coping skill, say that video games are your only coping skill, you play video games to regulate your emotions. If that's your only skill, you get even more frustrated whenever it's not working. Whenever that one tried and true coping strategy fails you, that's a tough place to be. Addiction kind of feels like something that feels good in some ways and feels bad sometimes, but not sure why. And not leading to improvement, but similar cycle over and over that isn't leading to emotional growth, but stagnation and increasing emotional suffering. Yeah, the thing about addiction is that it has a way of making itself a priority in your life. meaning that you will go to great lengths to satisfy your addiction for the sole purpose of satisfying that addiction. You just need to scratch that itch. Okay, Zelwood, thanks for the Prime sub. Thank you. And then you get caught into this like very powerful emotional cycle of like relief and regret and stress. It's a very like abusive and self-destructive cycle. Addiction can be devastating to a person's life and to their relationships. You know, there are people out there who abandon their families, they abandon their children for the sake of an addiction. That's how powerful addiction can be. It can make itself your number one priority in life. You will forego food, you will forego safety, you will forego your own family for the sake of satisfying that addiction. It really is just like a disease. We all suffer from a form of addiction. It's true. I've been satisfying my oxygen addiction. I've been doing it right now in front of all of you. Oh yeah, that's the good stuff. Oh yeah. All right. That's it. That's video games. Hopefully we enjoyed that show today. Hopefully we enjoyed that presentation. We'll go back to the question box. We're actually still all caught up in the question box. So if you have a question that you'd like to ask, the question box is there for you. But now is also a great time to subscribe. If you're not subscribed, or if you are feeling generous and would like to gift a subscription, now is a great time to do that. This content is only possible due to the support of viewers like you. So thank you for allowing this to be possible. I have a question about Tetris. Is it true that playing games like Tetris after a traumatic event can help make the event less impactful with flashbacks? That's a fantastic question. The reason why that would be is a very similar prospect to the idea of EMDR, which is eye movement desensitization response, or desensitization and reprocessing. EMDR is a type of trauma processing therapy, and it utilizes eye movement to help you relocate where the trauma is being processed in your brain.
It's the same mechanism behind rapid eye movement being a driving factor in your dreaming. And so, yeah, playing Tetris could do the same thing, or at least a similar thing. This article actually just came out a few days ago. Can playing Tetris make trauma easier to manage? Memories form in the first few hours after an experience. We might be able to interrupt memory formation after trauma through attention-grabbing visuals. Studies suggest that playing Tetris after a traumatic experience can reduce intrusive memories. So it's basically like preemptive EMDR. Fascinating. Could you imagine being like handed a Game Boy by a firefighter? You're just like sitting on the curb. There's been an accident and they're just like, here, play some Tetris. It'll make you feel better. And then you're just like do 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 do. Do 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 do. So yeah, I would say that the reason why this works is the same reason why EMDR works. There's a connection between the movement of your eyes and the processing of your memories. It can help your brain to relocate memories or put them in a different place when there's actually eye movement going on as well. We're not sure why that is, but we just know that it does happen. That's also part of the reason why your eyes flick around inside your head whenever you're dreaming. Whenever you're dreaming, your eyes are going... Only person that can help / fix you is you. You know, there's somebody else who's come in this chat from time to time who's also really big on chess, and you have a completely different attitude from them. It's a nice change of pace. So why are they letting taint vibe hurt others? I'm not sure what we're getting at. I'm not sure what we're... I'm not sure if I'm following. Researchers in 2009 showed 40 participants a 12-minute film featuring severe injuries and death to safely simulate a traumatic experience. After 30 minutes of waiting, half of the participants played Tetris for 10 minutes. The other half did nothing for those 10 minutes. All participants spent the next week noting every time they experienced an intrusive memory of the film, At the end of the week, the researchers tabulated how much each group experienced. The results were remarkable. In the week after watching the film, those who played Tetris experienced less than half the intrusive memories as the group who did not. This makes me want to play Tetris, if I'm being honest. This makes me want to play Tetris. All this talk about playing Tetris, it's like... just a part of the back of my mind going do 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 do, rotating blocks around and... Some key questions will remain. Would other video games work similarly? Would other visual media be effective? Do they mention EMDR in this article? Do they even mention EMDR? I'm trying to see if they do. They don't even mention EMDR in this article? That's honestly kind of... Huh. I just find that to be interesting because the first thing that came to mind for me is, oh yeah, that sounds a lot like EMDR, that thing that they do to help people reallocate where trauma is stored within their brain. That makes sense to me, but that's not even mentioned in the article at all. Is EMDR the dot video? It could be a dot video. It could also be like a light bar and the light goes back and forth. You know, it's the important part is the eye movement. You know, you could also follow my finger. You know, just watch the finger. It doesn't have to be a video. It doesn't have to be a dot. It just has to do with the eye movement. And Tetris has a lot of eye movement. And so that's why I'm like, oh yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, keep a Game Boy loaded up with Tetris in your trauma kit. Good to know. Good to know. They actually make videos. They make videos on YouTube. It's not easy to follow that. Skill issue. Yeah, it's got like bouncing beats. It goes back and forth from ear to ear. It feels kind of nice if you've got headphones on. Kind of feels like it's scrubbing my brain. You know what it kind of reminds me of? You know what it feels like it's doing to my brain? Have you ever watched somebody use a laser to clean a penny? Have you ever seen one of those machines where it's like a laser cleaning off an old coin? It's what my brain felt like.
Happy President's Day to the greatest of all time.
Okay, I don't like that. Let's mute that. I want to do that to my brain. I want to do that to my brain. I just want to open up the top and just be like, all right, just do a couple of passes over with the laser. Just get the surface nice and shiny for me. Oh yeah, get in all those grooves. Fun fact that you didn't need to know is the groove on your brain, the grooves on your brain, that would be known as a sulcus or a sulci. The grooves and the bumps on your brain have names. The sulcus is the groove and the gyrus is the bump. Just so you know.
This video perfectly shows how fast and powerful laser is. This guy puts a droplet of water and lets the laser go to work. Now what?
God, I hate narration on videos. Guys, check this out. They're hitting a coin with a laser. Now, if you take a look, the coin's actually really dirty, and then what'll happen was actually good. It's gonna blow your mind. You're not gonna believe it. Right, but how do I do that to my brain? I mean, a laser is just energy, and thoughts take energy to operate. Whenever you're thinking, you're using energy, and it's moving around your brain. So I don't know, maybe we could do it with sound and through the power of thinking. Maybe we don't need to shoot a laser into our brain. The sound it makes is pretty good. I love the noise. Yep. I had to put my dog down today. Ah, oh, damn. Sorry to hear it. You hate to see it. Yesterday was my wife and I's anniversary, and the dog passing overshadowed my wife and I's day. She isn't mad about it or anything. I just have horrible guilt and regret currently. Now, just remember to be fair to yourself. It's like you guys are both grieving right now. You know, you've lost a dog. You're probably both feeling out of shape about it. So let's not let that guilt and regret get in the way of being close to the people that you love. A shadow has been cast over that day, this is true, but let's not extend that shadow any further than it needs to go. So maybe we can postpone, maybe we can reschedule, maybe there's something else we can do to commemorate. We can still commemorate that relationship. We can still commemorate that love. Just give yourself a few days, take a week to just bounce back. Sorry to hear about your dog. Losing a dog is terrible. Losing a pet, it's the worst. Hello, sir. Oh, hey. How's it going? Had a nice day. It's been alright. It's been alright so far. I'm just feeling a little tired. You know, I've been streaming a lot, and sometimes I just feel a little like I just need a nap. Oh, it's been a good day. It's been pretty chill. We had some good presentations this week. Let's look back. What all have we covered this week? We had a lot of presentations this week. We did overcoming insecurity. We did imposter syndrome. We talked all about what to expect from therapy, and we did video game psychology. We had some good ones this week. Overcoming nihilism, that one was pretty good. I do psychology stuff. I do. That's what we're all about. Psychology, mental health. That's what I went to school for. That's what I got my degrees in. This is quite the library. You fuck with that? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm glad you like it. Well, welcome in. I'm glad you found it. We did a presentation today. We talked about a lot of the different psychological aspects of video games. Talked about why we get hooked on them. We talked about why we keep playing even though losing sucks. We talked about the ways that role-playing can allow us to feel more immersed or to practice empathy. We talked about the social benefits and challenges that come from multiplayer games. And we talked about how games can put us into a relaxing flow state. Thank you for the kind words. Needed the positive affirmation about my pup and partner. Hey, no problem, Shaggy Nugs. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you. Let me just say, you know, you're both hurting right now, so I would just say take some time together. It's like we don't need to, like, guilt and shame and regret. It's like those are more often than not just manifestations of sadness. You know? Sometimes it's those. Sometimes when we're feeling a really deep and profound sadness, like when we lose someone or we lose like a pet or, you know, we have that grief. Sometimes one of the things that we do to process that sadness is to fold it back onto us and we say, well, what could I have done differently? Or what, you know, and we're faced with guilt and shame and regret when in reality, we're sad. We're sad, so just be sad if you need to be sad. You don't have to beat yourself up on top of it. But is it this deep? Oh, video games? You can't deny that video games have a huge impact. We've got people screaming, throwing stuff, breaking things over video games. We have people literally playing until they die in game cafes. We have people like going out and actually like committing acts of violence against other people because of their interactions in video games. So, oh yeah, it actually is that deep. I'm the one who cares more about the anniversary. I would just say just postpone it, you know, just plan on doing it next week or plan on doing something special around the holidays just to really commemorate that relationship. You know, in the grand scheme of things, it's just another day, and I know it's an anniversary but it's about how you celebrate it. It's about how you cherish that relationship. The actual calendar day is less important than taking time to celebrate that relationship when you feel most able to do so. As far as thinking about whether or not things are deep, I feel like anything can be deep if you choose to think about it in a deep way. You know? I like to think about things in a deep way. I'm a deep thinker. But is it video games in general, just people's characters living out in video games? What we're talking about is all sorts of different aspects of how games can impact a person's life. You know, people can become addicted to games. They might start neglecting themselves. They might start, you know, accumulating trash and garbage all around their game station. They might stop leaving their house. They might stop calling their friends and family. They might stop showering. I blame being raised Catholic for all the guilt. Oh yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. That'll do it. Yeah, but that's addiction in general. Yeah? Yeah. Absolutely. But not a lot of people understand that. There's a lot of misunderstanding around addiction and things like that. It's like you might understand addiction, but not everybody does. That's why we talk about it. That's why we explore these types of topics. If I didn't talk about stuff just because I assumed everybody already knew about it or they already had it figured out, then I would never talk about anything. I'd just be like, why explore that topic? People they already know about it. It already makes sense to them. Why bother? Besides, this presentation was designed to be much more lighthearted and fun today. You know, we do some really heavy topics from time to time. This one was meant to be a bit more enjoyable. This one, I think they're all enjoyable for their own reasons, but this one was meant to be not so heavy. What is the emotional reason behind nostalgia? Could it be a reminder of something that meant something to us back in the day that could reveal clues about our current emotional needs? Nostalgia. This is a good question because with this question, we're actually going to get into, we have to do a little bit of theorizing. Because we don't have a clear and distinct answer as far as why things like nostalgia exist. So this is a good question that kind of invokes some philosophy about our minds. The thing that really, the thing that I think about when it comes to nostalgia is it allows you to really connect with a certain place and time. It's almost like an emotional bookmark. Like a place that we can go to, a place that we can return to remind us that we can be happy, that we can feel joy, that we can feel excitement and love and passion. So I think that it's a reminder to us of who it is that we can really be and how deeply we can feel about things. Now see, the thing about nostalgia is that in many ways it can be a little bit of a trap. Because if you're trying to just recapture old things, you're kind of discrediting and discarding the things that are going on right now. Or we might be spending a lot of time and energy trying to capture something that no longer exists. And so for me, it's a reminder that something meant something to us, and it can give us clues about our current emotional needs. But ultimately, I believe that nostalgia is there to remind us just the amount that we actually can feel some type of way. Just how excited we can get, just how much joy and love and passion we can feel in life. And it doesn't have to be about that thing that we are nostalgic for, but just a reminder of what we're capable of. And so when we feel that nostalgia, it doesn't necessarily mean that we need to seek out that thing that gave us that feeling originally, but rather we need to seek out that feeling again in whatever aspects of our life that we can. We talked about nostalgia briefly in one of my holiday survival guide presentations. And one of the things that we talked about is how nostalgia can be positive. Nostalgia can remind us of things that are joyful, things that bring us comfort. But nostalgia can also be painful. It can remind us of the things that we have lost. It can leave us longing for times that we can't return to. And so nostalgia for me ultimately is a reminder of ways that we can feel. And so allow nostalgia to remind you that you can feel joy, that you can feel excitement, that you can feel love, and then seek those feelings out in all aspects of life. I feel like a lot of people rely on nostalgia to like try to recreate that feeling. You know, they think about something that brought them that level of joy as a kid, and then they're like, let's do that again. You know, let's make another Transformers movie. I heard that nostalgia is important for connecting certain generations together to have something to bond over with each other. That makes sense. That makes sense. Because oftentimes nostalgia isn't just tied to a thing, but it's also tied to the people that were involved in that thing. And so I feel like it also does allow us to recognize the importance of shared joy. Joy is great, and joy can be really great on your own, but joy is so much better when it is shared with other people. Think about going to the water park. Would you rather go all alone, or would you rather have, friends there with you, also having fun, also enjoying themselves? Maybe you don't like the water park, that's fine. Don't nitpick over the example I used. You know what I mean. Joy is something that can be elevated when we have people to share it with. The thing is, too, you mostly never catch a vibe of a moment, only when you look back at it, even if it has happened. Yeah, and this is what mindfulness is all about, just being able to appreciate the moment that you are in while you are in it. Recognizing that the good old days do not need to be behind me, I can be living in the good old days right now. I feel like we've had a productive week. I feel like we had a productive week today. Like looking back, I'm like, how many questions did we answer this week? Let me run the numbers. And I'm just gonna look back to the 10th. I'm just gonna look back to when I started streaming this week. I'm not even gonna count Sunday. I'm just gonna start from Tuesday. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. How many questions have we had? Over 44. I'm going back. Just looking back through my question box, I'm just like, 4185. This is still Tuesday. So about 60 questions. You upload all your presentations? Yeah, with the exception of those episodes that didn't make it to YouTube. But yeah, I have a YouTube channel. And I upload my VODs here. So if you go to the live tab, they're all here. Cults, that's a fun one. I have some that I need to upload from that week that I wasn't able to post to YouTube. Well, any last thoughts? Any last questions? I'm feeling kind of cooked today. I'm feeling cooked. Yeah, we got banned for a week from YouTube because we watched a little bit of how it's made. We were watching how they make some sort of snack food, and YouTube did not like that we watched that video, and they said, you can't upload to YouTube for a week now. You watched how it's made without the volume on. We didn't even watch it with audio, we just were watching the video. And they said, Just say you find us boring. I don't. It's not true. That's a lie. I don't. I love my community. I'm just pooped today. We've had a week full of mental health. We've had a full week. I feel good about the work we've done this week. Just got back from my conference. Well, I hope it went well. I know, but he could smile a little more if he don't. Ooh. Dude, libido me for 2 hours on Shroom. His dad, Port Authority, gone now, and Chinese ships keep crashing after he called them a slur and get them to power level his character in WoW, and I reported. Okay. You know what, I gotta give it up for Vatty Woo. You've always got something very interesting to say. I might not be able to follow it half the time, but it's always interesting. I think you're just operating on a whole other level, brother. I think you're on a whole other wavelength that I'm just trying to keep up. Yeah, I might need you to bring it down a little bit for me so I can understand. I need you to reel it in a little bit for me. He makes me fart 100 times on international flight. See, you always keep me guessing. You always keep me guessing. I never know where we're going with this. Every time I think we're going one way, it's just something totally different. Like my glasses. Thank you. You know, we watched Interstellar last night in the Discord. We watched Interstellar last night. It was some people's first time ever seeing the film. If you have never seen Interstellar, clear your schedule. If you have not seen Interstellar, clear your schedule. Find time to watch this movie. It's literally free on YouTube. The whole movie is free to watch on YouTube. So if you've never seen it, you gotta watch it. It's a masterpiece. It is aged incredibly well. It's 10 years old this year. It's 10 years old. Can you believe it? It looks like it came out yesterday. In some places, they're doing a 10th anniversary special showing of the 70mm IMAX version of the movie. But I guess they only did it in a few places. You had to be lucky to be able to in one of the few places to see it. Nowhere near me. It's a great movie. Every time I watch it, I catch something different. It's one of those movies that's like, you pick up on new details and new stuff when you watch it. You know that feeling being so drunk you want to threaten woodworkers? I would never threaten a woodworker because if they have the patience and the strength to work wood, then they could work me like I'm a toothpick. I know better than to mess with woodworkers. They keep their tools very sharp. Hey, Zany, how's it going? We're just chilling right now because I'm kind of just winding down. I'm just seeing, you know, we're just kind of chatting. We're just hanging out here in the last few minutes. Oh yeah, I got paid early. Twitch paid me early this month. Sick. So sick. Imagine human birds, like, covered in feathers, like are we talking like Arakoa types, or more like something more insidious? We're talking like these dudes? Or are we talking like... We're talking like this dude? Maybe little birds with human faces, or like human body and bird face? Okay. Let's see what the AI image generator has to say about that. Well... Not exactly what I was looking for, but I wanted small birds with human faces flying around a human with a bird face. The AI got confused, and it spat this out. It also gave me this. Which kind of makes me want to scream and cry. One thing that AI image generation is really good at is creating horrors beyond our comprehension. How about this one? Oh, okay. Oh. Let's try again. Reroll. Let's re-roll it. I need to reword this. Realistic photo. Several small birds with human faces fly around the frame. A full-sized person stands in the middle of the frame, and this person has the face of a bird. Sometimes you have to be really specific with what you tell the AI to make. Sometimes you gotta talk to it like you're talking to the world's most intelligent 2-year-old. Okay. See, now we're talking. Is this something more like what you were thinking? Or maybe... Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh, look at this one up here in the corner. See, this is what I'm talking about. Right here. Look at that one. Let's rephrase this. Birds with human faces. Let's just keep it simple. Sometimes you just gotta keep it simple. Oh. I'm uncomfortable. Okay, that bird has a beard. That's kind of sick. Okay, now this is more of what I'm looking for, you know, a human bird hybrid. This right here, yeah, now we're talking. I like how they gave him the haircut and beard where you can just tell that this bird really likes craft beer. This bird loves folk music and craft beer. You could just tell. But like, have you tried the new winter ale by have you tried the new winter ale? Like, no, I haven't actually. Like, oh yeah, the new winter ale out of, and then they name some brewery you've never heard of before. You're like, oh, God, I can't keep up. I had some friends who went into a craft beer phase, and thank God they grew out of it. Thank God they grew out of it. Oh my God, they had me worried there for a minute. You ever had that happen to you? You ever had a friend that just gets too deep into craft beer and you're just like, all right. Like every time they come over, they're just like, oh yeah, look at this, and it's like one big beer bottle. It's not even like a 6-pack. It's just like one big beer bottle. They're just like, yeah, man, It's that new limited edition. I'm just like, okay. And they're like, you gotta taste it, man. This one's so good. And I'm just like, yeah, it tastes like beer. What can I say? What can I say? Tastes just like beer. I wonder if the AI will make this one. I'm like, let's just go ahead and ask for exactly what we're looking for. Let's get Eldritch Horrors Beyond Our Comprehension. Oh, okay. Oh. That's kind of sick. I don't really like IPAs. Nobody likes IPAs. Nobody likes IPAs. Oh. All right. Look at these like little brain nuts. What's going on down here? Okay. Very interesting. Oh, he's typing. Why is he's writing? Why is he writing? People do enjoy IPAs? No, they don't. They're lying to themselves and they're lying to you. People will pretend that they like IPAs just to feel like they can fit in with other people who also claim to like IPAs. They have a sensory Stockholm syndrome. They're too deep in. They're lost in the sauce, brother. They gotta act like they like it so they can be like, yeah. Yeah, he's writing a story about fleshy, hairy, bipedal. See, to this guy, we look horrifying. We're the stuff of his nightmares. You'd be like, ugh, why are you so smooth? Ugh, no tentacles? Ugh. IPA is a super acquired taste, like bad coffee or fermented fish. Exactly, and it's like, at that point, it's like, why bother? It's like, why bother acquiring a taste if that taste is disgusting? I just don't understand the logic behind it. You're just like, it's really good. I just don't understand it. I don't understand it. It's like, oh yeah, it's an acquired taste. The taste of... It tastes like an old shoe. Oh. Okay. Some sort of clergyman. Like, let me tell you, have you ever heard of the Dark Lord Xenu? Let me share you a moment. Can I have a moment of your time? I'd like to tell you about our Dark Lord Xenu. I want to re-roll this one more time. One more time. Roll it. Roll it again. It just gave me one? Okay. You're just gonna give me 1 this time? Well, that's horrifying. Okay. Yep, that'll do it. Can you add playing golf or some other activity to the end of the... Oh yeah, absolutely. Let's do it. Eldritch Horrors Beyond Our Comprehension, comma, playing laser tag. Okay. This is just kind of aliens with laser guns. Hold on. Eldritch Horrors Beyond Our Comprehension, joining a knitting circle at a retirement home. I was hoping that the aliens would be knitting. Eldritch Horrors Beyond Our Comprehension, selling Girl Scout cookies. All right, last one. I like this one. It's a Girl Scout for holding a gun behind her back. Would you like some Thin Mints? Would you like a caramel delight? Would you like to buy a box of cookies? All right, Crypt Keeper. This looks like the Crypt Keeper. Then this guy's just a xenomorph from Alien. I like the backwards ball cap. Like radical. It does kind of look like a Metallica album cover. Eldritch Horrors Beyond Our Comprehension, unpacking their trauma in the therapist's office. All right, just one more, and then we're done. I have too much fun with this. This is supposed to be a realistic photo, but you know, we'll take an illustration. These are actually kind of cool. This is how I feel sometimes. These ones I actually really like. Like, look at this one. Like, oh, that's pretty trippy. Like, so, tell me, when you were stuck in that wormhole, how did that make you feel? How do you know we aren't all eldritch horrors? I mean, to an alien we are. If you're an alien and you look like this, and then you saw something that looks like this, you'd be like, ugh, ugh. The real eldritch horrors were the friends we made along the way. Oh, this has been fun. Very trippy AI images. Oh yeah, the AI is very good at making some very trippy images. This is true. This is true. That's one of the fun uses I've found for it, is to just make some real trippy shit. Alrighty, I think I'm gonna go find out what to make for dinner. I'll find out what to make for dinner. I've got some beef marinating. We'll be back tomorrow. We're gonna do our stream over the weekend. We're gonna do Saturday, Sunday. Next week I won't be streaming over the weekend because we're gonna be doing holiday stuff. I'm going to be doing holiday stuff with my family and with Casey's family over that weekend, the 21st and the 22nd. So we will be streaming this weekend, but then next weekend I'll be taking off for the holiday. Anyway, thank you all for being here. Thank you all for hanging out. We had a lot of fun today. I'll see you all next time. We'll be back tomorrow with our Q&A day. Stay safe out there. Good seeing you all. Have a great night. We'll see you next time. Later, everybody. Bye-bye. Only positive vibe. Thank you for gifting that sub to John Hopo 8. John Hop